Welcome, computer daters. Well, I got a lot of good writing done recently. I know nobody cares, but I feel great about it. When I get a lot of good writing done, I feel fucking splendid. You heard me. I feel much better than I did before, but my lungs are still like wet or something. I do be coughing up saliva. No, it's gross, but I gotta live with it, so you gotta hear about it. Is audio coming out of the... No, it's not. Son of a bitch. There you go. Obey my command. So you might be wondering to yourself, why are we back in Lunacid? I thought you doomed the save. I thought you had a corrupted save and you couldn't do anything about it. I thought so too. As it turns out, however, this is all part of the game. It's supposed to work this way, unbelievably. After you kill death, you do indeed live in a corrupted Half-Life world. Not like the game Half-Life. But like the world is corrupted and fucked. And it's your fault. And you have to restore balance by resurrecting death. Which the game doesn't tell you how to do. Or that it's possible. But it's built into the leveling up feature of the scythe. You're just supposed to figure that out on your own. So I guess we fight a lot of motherfuckers. Sure looks like he can die. He sure looks dead to me. Doesn't he look dead to you? So much for the world where nothing can die. Oh, his body disappeared. I don't know if that always happens. Ominous, ominous music. So the corner store has spicy mini tacos now, which fucking rule. I realize convenience store food isn't great for me. I don't care. Those things are awesome. They're legitimate innovation in culinary tech. Wow, nowhere is safe. This is an unbelievably unsafe world. Who did that? What bastard is responsible? That's gonna take a while to level that up. I want to say I don't get any EXP at all from killing the ghosts. Can I do alchemy? I cannot. What a shit world I've created. I should probably get an offensive spell going. It sure feels like a cold, hostile world now. I do regret having killed Death. I thought I was being clever. Is Castle Lithanu also infested? Surely the vampiric energy would repel the ghosts. I haven't run into any so far. This thing's got to have magic energy to fight phantoms. I'm gonna lose the sight, aren't I? When Death comes back, he's gonna be like, bitch, thanks for keeping it warm for me. I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss this weapon. I also never got Justina's dagger. This is by far the strongest in the game. Reap. Reap. You get reaped. And you get reaped. Everybody gets reaped. But his power is not infinite, which suggests there are creatures so strong Death can't take them. Which might explain Jotun. This seems like a mostly safe place to level up. Apparently vampires are sufficient to repel phantoms. They have like their own domain, I guess. Let me make sure that I'm streaming. I am. I sure wish I had this for the first battle with the prince. That would have gone quickly. Will this work on... Apparently so. Wish I could open that. Alright, that's the first one we've seen so far. That's right. I never got the tapes. I don't care to get the tapes. This does kind of trivialize the game. It's satisfying for a while, but then you feel like you're missing out. Just being able to one-shot everything effortlessly. It is slow to level up. It is slow to level up. Does this connect to the, yeah, it does. This give me cause to think of my own mortality. Would it please you to have a cool tomb? Clearly there were some who felt that was important, as the economy of Egypt centered around building giant tombs for the pharaohs. It does connect to the under halls. They go straight to hell, right? Like, by being a vampire, you've already damned yourself. I've not been here before. Wand of Power. Early Patchwork Relic. Doesn't provide light though. How did I know exactly which Beavis and Butthead episode you're talking about when you said that? I heard that in my head. There are some lines that are so iconic you hear them in your head whenever you read the text. I have some meager quantity of magic remaining. If I need to, I can always teleport out of here. Let's see how far we are in leveling. Look at this fucking menorah. Try to tell me that's not what this is. It's either that or it's a really elaborate bong. Holy shit, probably someone just made that. Really? Just one? This is the only place not swarming with phantoms. So this is where we have to level for now. We're just gonna grind until we get the staff fully powered up. And I guess from the scythe you can resurrect. You can resurrect the Grim Reaper. as I call him, the Grim Rapper, Nigga Mortis. Patent pending. Don't steal that. Yeah, women be smelling. Whenever I used to have my first girlfriend over, I had to clean everything because she couldn't get in a sexual mood if anything smelled slightly off. So then I learned the value of incense for covering up other smells. Women have a very strong ickdar, like a radar for ick. I guess for evolutionary reasons, to do with good hygiene being essential for not contracting illness or infections when having a baby and not wanting to lose it to illness. That's my speculation. You only need one weapon, really, if you have the scythe. I should not have that. I should disable that because it's going to use up my mana. Make that my last ditch escape. I understand at once the importance of cologne and perfume. And specifically what they want to smell, which is mostly just cleaning products. Associating that with cleanliness. There's also such a thing as male BO, however, which a dash of that is also likely to produce favorable results. But women have their own BO that I don't think they're as aware of because they wash so scrupulously. Girl stink is good shit. A lot of that's just sweat plus various products. For example, cocoa butter. My first girlfriend was, I think, single-handedly propping up the cocoa butter industry. Driving slavery in many tropical nations. Because, man, she slathered that shit on there. She slathered herself, every inch of herself, with cocoa butter. So did Amanda. I think the commonality was they both had kind of big boobs, and if you don't put something underneath your boobs, then it gets really gross. There's such a thing as boob cheese. I'm sorry to have introduced you to that phrase. But if you don't clean constantly, or put some kind of product under there which absorbs and transmutes sweat, then your sweat combines with skin flakes to make like a... It's like smegma, but for titties. That doesn't get talked about. Probably somebody out there is turned on by boob cheese. You shouldn't be. Boob cheese is foul. It is putrid. And I'm a connoisseur of boob sweat, but there's a fine line between boob sweat and boob cheese. Let me tell you, it ain't easy being cheesy. Man yearns for boob, but at what cost? Our grasp exceeds our grasp, and we know not the consequences of our lust. Now that I mentioned that, I bet that's gonna become like a new detail that appears in people's lewd drawings. I'd be surprised if it isn't. Because some of those Japanese artists are crazy. They know about stuff that I only learned about from lewd comics, like inverted nipples, and they get weirdly fetishistic about it. Nobody tell the Japanese about boob cheese if they don't already know. But if they do, then may God have mercy on their souls. The more I learned about biology, the more I realized that human anatomy is just a horror. Body horror is just being a biological creature and secreting various substances that range between liquid and solid and gaseous. Why is that cursed? Why is that water cursed? Am I a vampire? Have I become vampirized? Hello, cat. Come up. Up in my lap. You little gremlin. You hairy little lamb sheep. It's hard not to be insulted by that when she will, like, put her paws on my leg and peer up in my lap and be like, nah, and then, like, give up on it and not jump in my lap. I'm like, what? What'd I do? Is my lap not looking comfortable enough? The judgment of a cat is pure. That's why it hurts so much more to be rejected by a cat than a human. You know what I mean? Like, at like parties, I'm that guy going trying to get the cat to like me. And it is so rewarding when a cat that's not yours likes you. Because they're a judge of spiritual quality. You ever think about life as a vampire, or I guess unlife? Is this a purely hedonistic existence worth worth it? I think we talked about it last time. I've been thinking about it since then. These people became vampires before video games and before movies. If you discount that video screen in the basement, there was much less in the way of stored entertainment. Like, I can imagine just disappearing into Plato's cave as a vampire and being like an obsessive film critic. I find nothing about this door. Let me look at the wiki. Huh, really? There are some places in this game where apparently you can jump off of stuff and it doesn't kill you. I don't care for this wand. I need the light source. What were you doing around this time in 1995? Weirdly specific question, I know. I'm curious. I was probably coming home on the bus. Buy some jalapeno cheesy bread at 7-Eleven. Smoke a bowl of my sister's stolen weed. Pet my dog. Skateboard maybe. Play some Cool Borders on my PS1. I hear whispers here, but so apparently there's a whole area down here we didn't get to. Because I assumed, based on game design principles, that if I jumped off a bridge before and it killed me, that it would do so this time as well. It does not. It leads to a different area. How was I to know that? That's a car. That's a car. Why are there... black book. Alright. Are there any other entrances? I hate those. Please tell me. That's getting close. There's a lot of secrets in this area. Alright, so that's a button that works. That's what opens the door. Turns out that's how you open the door the whole time. Nobody ever tells you that. It has to be a specific type of magic, too. This game is just full of secrets. I'm of a mind that there should be clues in the game for how to reach stuff in the game. That's bad design if there's not. Reaped. Here we go. I knew it. What the fuck are you? I didn't like that. Oh boy, I didn't like that. There's so much more to this game. You can think you beat it, only to have a huge amount left to go. I've become too powerful. What is this? This is Kino. This is pure unmitigated Kino. I can't open that door. That seems cozy. If you had all the books in the world, this wouldn't be a bad way to spend eternity. Although I'm sure that the government wouldn't leave you alone, because if you're a rich guy living in a castle, eventually the IRS comes for you. Sure wish I could sell stuff. Oh hey, there we go. This is in fact a dungeon. I have to complete it. So in the novel I'm writing, the main group of people, protagonists group, have succeeded in destroying the Wire Mother, which was a artificial intelligence war machine that had enslaved a population native to Crane City. In its service. But in doing so, they upset the political order. Like, the main guy, the tyrant they deposed, was like, your children, you don't understand politics, or you don't understand economics, you don't understand treaties or trade negotiations. Like, good job, you deposed me. Very impressive, but now what? Now what are you gonna do? Are you gonna run the city? Like, lol, IDK, LOL. And they don't believe him. They think he's just a bitter old man. And that he's lying about consequences. But he's not lying. Things turned to shit almost immediately. Because the Wolven that were under the control of the Wire Mother were the law enforcement. And now they have no cops. And nobody wants to employ the few that are repentant. Upon wall. What I'd grab from him. Nobody wants Wolven cops, even the ones that renounced the Wire Mother because of the optics, because they lived under Wolven oppression when the Wolven were the foot soldiers of Gradolf, the tyrant. But they also don't want Henry's Hammer, the cult, to rule, because Gradolf was a former steel driver. And not everybody belongs to that religion. So now there's a power vacuum, and nobody will let anyone else fill it. So the city fractures into districts based upon the predominant influence in that area, such as the Avaricians, who remained the financiers. Can't get through there. Busting all your furniture. See. Almost leveled up. There's a room behind there I can't get to. I guess I'll never know what's behind there. Glad I found out all this was up in the castle, though. What a bitch of a boss battle that would have been with the Skelehorse. If I had not had my scythe by that time. I hate you. If there was a slur for ghosts, I would call you that. I like the implication the ghosts sink to the lowest point. Like, occult gas. Soon we'll have death back in the world. Never thought I would cheer that on. It doesn't seem like he prevents things from dying bodily, but the spirits stick around. Fool's Gold. That was terrifying. I've never seen that thing before in my life. What? There's a connection to Boiling Grotto? In Castle Lefano? Really? Really? Well, fuck, I'll be damned. Is it also infested with, spirits? I don't know what that is. I don't like it. I don't like being death. Oh, no. Nope, I don't like it. I don't like it. Cheryl won't be here because I've killed Death. Who are you thinking for waifu, Cheryl or Demi? I'm partial to the bird waifu. Assuming she's mostly human like under those feathers. Which I see no reason to assume she's not. I think this is probably my favorite part of the game. I would have played a whole game just set in a vampire castle. I'm feeling really proud of my novel, though. It leverages my tism to get in depth about the world building. You would think in all of eternity the vampires would clean their shit up, right? Like if there were chunks of marble lying around, they'd do something about it. They always live in such... Sometimes they live in squalor. There are parts of Dracula's castle in Castlevania that look very nice. Yeah, mid to late 90s weren't great. 96 was better. I think 96 was Quake. I think 95 might have been Duke 3D. Duke 3D was a good time. Where are you? Come on. Almost there. I know it's a common joke in games, but what if, in a fantasy setting, a guy had schizophrenia? In a world with magic, how would you know? How do you know which parts are real and which parts are schizophrenia? What if Strategy Gift? Actually, they make a Kino fantasy novel. A fantasy setting, but the main character is schizophrenia and can't tell which voices are spirits and which ones are real. Or which hallucinations are magic and which ones are just in his imagination. That might be Kino, actually. Here's what happened, Strategy Gift. You're gonna laugh. I killed the Grim Reaper, and I stole his scythe, and I thought I was clever. But now, when things die in this world, their spirits turn into dangerous, angry phantoms that don't get taken to the afterlife, which swarm every area I've found so far except for Castle Lufanu. And the only way to fix it, I thought there was no way to fix it. Initially, I thought I'd created a corrupted world with no hope, but just to suffer because all my friends disappeared from Wing's Rest, and the world was just swamped with angry phantoms. But it looks like there actually is a way to fix everything and restore the natural balance. If I power up the scythe completely, from the scythe it will resurrect the Grim Reaper and bring death back into the world, which, as I understand now, is a vitally important part of the natural order of things. I didn't appreciate that before, I do now. You can still strike things down, but their ghosts don't go away. The ghosts just fucking overrun every area and make it impossible to do anything. Like a zombie apocalypse, except ghosts. Thank goodness there's a way to fix it, though. If I bring the Grim Reaper back, it'll also not only bring my friends back, I hope, but it'll unlock the red... Here's one of the angry phantoms. Imagine like 1,000 of these dick holes swarming you wherever you go. Like Beaver fans. So we're living in like the fantasy equivalent of Silent Hill right now. It's a cursed, corrupted world. Created by some stupid asshole who killed Death. These fucking things are everywhere now. So with the red seal removed, fingers crossed, I'll be able to unlock 2 of the endings I couldn't get to before. It's almost fully leveled. It should really give you an audio-visual cue when you fully level a weapon. This is also a very expensive leveled weapon to level in terms of the grinding that it takes. It's almost done. I also made great progress on my novel, which starts off as a lighthearted young adult fantasy adventure. For the most part, I mean, a baby gets cubed. It's a long story. But they come into conflict with the local dictator who controls the compressed air network in a town called Crane City. And because it coincides with their goals, because the dictator's foot soldiers have a tenuous working relationship with him where he pays them in scrap that's dredged up from the flooded remains of the city, hence Crane City, which they use to repair the Wire Mother, which is an AI war machine that has enslaved them all by explosive collars. In exchange, they reinforce his authority and his rule, and he leverages higher taxes on compressed air every year and just works people to death. But upon slaying the Wire Mother, which frees all the Wolven and thus completely makes Gradolf impotent politically. He no longer has goons. He no longer has his goon squad. He gets thrown in prison and everyone's partying, but he's like, "You stupid fucking children. You Scooby-Doo'd me." Like a bunch of kids in a van came along and wrecked my my fucking plan. And you don't understand the ramifications of what you've done. Like, whether or not you liked how I ran Crane City, I ran it. We had a coherent economy. We had a coherent hierarchy of power, of political and martial power. And a bunch of teenagers with swords came along and fucking overthrew the prevailing power structure without any plans of what to replace it with. Do any of you know how to broker a peace treaty? Do any of you know how to negotiate trade deals? Do any of you realize that my Wolven guards were the only form of law enforcement? And what are you gonna do without cops? And they're like, "What, man? Whatever. This is just the ramblings of a bitter old man who lost his grip on power. He's just lying, trying to save himself." He wasn't lying. Everything turned to shit almost immediately after the big party. Everyone threw a big party. Debts were forgiven. People threw jewelry in the streets. Everybody exiled the remaining Wolven loyalists who still pledged themselves to a deceased Wire Mother. Even though the collars were inert, they made their own replacements because they were just mind fucked into eternal subservience. But then the factions started to fight each other because there was no cops. The Aberrations got looted because they're the financiers of the city and they have all the money. There were terrorist attacks because Nobody nobody wants to hire the remaining non-loyalist Wolven to enforce the law because it's really bad optics, because Wolven were the oppressor class for many years. Even the ones that aren't loyal to the Wire Mother, they don't want to just pay and to do that job again. But they can't have Henry's hammer restore order either, because Gradolf was a former steel driver and word got around. It's very much like what happened with Iraq and Saddam, but on a smaller scale. Like if a bunch of teenagers toppled the mayor of a small American town, and he was like, "Fine, idiots, you fucking balance the budget now. I didn't want to do it anyway." It's quite along those lines. It's just sort of a takeoff on teenagers with swords and zippers and JRPGs going around basically doing terrorist shit, but it is framed through the lens of them being the good guys. You're not really thinking through the consequences. Also inspired by a video I saw where a 23-year-old girl extols the virtues of solar punk as it has become entwined with anarcho-communism, and never explaining anywhere in the video how you have an anarcho-communist society that has heavy industry necessary to create solar panels, which are the iconic technology of solar punk. I mean, you can maybe have your rustic little Smurf village where everybody does the job that they inherit from their father. That's just the medieval trade system. Your dad was a blacksmith, so you're a blacksmith. You can get metal hand tools that way and weapons, and you can get furniture and clothing and housing and crops. What you can't get is any kind of technology, because you need like globe-spanning logistics to get all the metals and other elements from where they're mined to where they're assembled in factories. And for that you need a medium of labor exchange. You can't just barter, because people are by that point so far abstracted from the fruits of their labor. It's hidden behind so many steps that they're not going to show up to work at a factory if you don't pay them. She's like the 100th girl. Like, there's so many girls like that in Portland. I used to fuck girls like that by just lying to them. Being like, yeah, you're really smart. This sounds like a great system. It's the political system a child would imagine. It's just Smurfs. It's just Smurfs, but with technology that magically exists. Because they want a idealistic society, but they don't want to be Amish. That's what I told her. I'm like, what you're describing exists. It's called Amish communities. Just go and be Amish. They want something like that, but they still want their iPhone. They don't seem to accept. There's like a big blank spot in their brain where something happens and then an iPhone appears on the store shelf. And they just don't believe. They believe that it's done in an exploitive way because of capitalism, and it doesn't have to be done that way. They're often very cute. Those are the kinds of idealistic young women Orwell talked about being the vanguard of the party. They're very politically motivated, but they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. They're just there to be lied to and slept with. And I've realized that's an awful thing to say, but it's not misogyny, because it's not because they're women. It's because they're young, and they are very sure that they have very good ideas, but they can't really articulate them. And I've never thought them out beyond the third or fourth knock-on effect. And they're all the same too. They all have the same idea. It's just like Squatopia from fucking Xavier, Renegade Angel. They don't think it'll suck. I also tell them Slab City exists. Go to Slab City. But they're like, no, I want that, but like not poor. But if it's not poor, then it has resources. And if it has resources, someone can take them away. If you don't want your resources taken away, you gotta have military. You're gonna have military, you gotta pay your soldiers. You gotta have law enforcement, then you have cops, and then you have capitalism. In one way or another. They just don't have an end-to-end diagram of the way things are or why they are that way. Death created. Oh, death is resurrected. Removed an aspect of the universe. I no longer have my scythe. It's for the best, however. It is unambiguously, inarguably for the best that death is back in the world. Let's save it so I don't fuck it up again somehow. Let's see if those asshole phantoms are gone that I hate with a fury bordering on internet racism. Yeah, that was the takeaway of Bioshock for anybody who had a triple-digit IQ. It wasn't capitalism bad. It wasn't even libertarianism bad. It was you can't have a high degree of individual liberty in society and also have vending machines that sell methamphetamines and heroin. Because drugs are basically a zombie virus. Have you ever thought about that? How drugs are not alive? There's a molecule, like a virus, that when it comes into contact with your brain in the same way that the virus compels infected cells to make more of it, the molecule just motivates your brain to get more of that molecule at any cost, including making more of it. Okay, the seal is gone and the phantoms are gone. Fucking thank fuck. Thank fuck that fucking assholes. Those are some of the most annoying enemies in video games, second only to cliff racers. I think it's how they move. They come fucking flailing at you, screaming like little nitwits. Do I have the dusty orb? I need to wash this in a particular puddle in order to get one of the endings I want. We can also finally go through the door of Tartarus. The reason it didn't work last time is because you're not supposed to be able to get to it. You're supposed to be, like, you're supposed to not cheese your way past them. You're supposed to understand, oh, I see, these phantoms are the consequence of me killing death. I have to go undo that, which I didn't come across to me that way. I thought, oh shit, I have to cheese my way past these fucking phantoms. But yeah, hard drugs are a real zombie virus. Scary stuff. Is this not the puddle? There's a specific fucking magic puddle. So I guess death can never die so long as his staff remains undestroyed. He just regenerates from his staff. There we go. Here's the ending. Your computer becomes self-aware. What I feel like they don't understand is that any society is fucked up by hard drugs. You could have your anarcho-communist community and it would still get fucked up. It's one of the few things that warrant such a draconian reaction. It turns out dopamine shortcuts can completely unravel society. I miss the tweakers. The tweakers were less bad than the fentanyl zombies in some ways. Actually, they weren't. They were worse, but they were funnier. Fentanyl zombies just make me sad. Tweakers are like Sonic the Hedgehog, but they collect cans instead of rings. They're speeding around at the speed of sound. On their bicycles at 3 a.m. with a baseball bat or a wrench. The places to go gotta follow their rainbow. So this is why Etna, or Demi, I guess, she's basically Etna. She gave us that orb as a shortcut out of the simulation. If you discovered that your reality was a dream, would that make you feel like it was... Oh, my friends are back! I rescued my buddies! Oh, I'm so happy to see you. I'm so happy to see you. Cheryl, my waifu. I could have used that sooner. Hey, prices are really cheap now. I guess they should be. I just rescued you from oblivion. I unerased you. Let's properly get the Doors of Tartarus ending. I feel so much better. It's funny how a game can make you feel that way. It just exploits the same pathways in your brain that form whenever you form a relationship with a person. You come to care about them and get attached. You know, there's a game called Homeless Simulator, which is extremely insensitive that exists. If it doesn't already, it should have pathways in the game, like mission paths, where you get addicted to different substances and you have to get clean. But before that, you have to let it run its course and collect cans to pay for your daily dose of whatever substance of choice. I missed the scythe, I gotta admit. Why does this sword not work? What happened to my sword? It does no damage anymore. The wand is pretty good though. Is that a consequence of what I did with death? That'd make a good counter book to Atlas Shrugged. John Galt's Utopia gets access to crack cocaine. And suddenly all the shit about objectivism goes out the window. Everyone just wants crack. What does this sword not work anymore? Why does my bitch Slayer sword not work? This is a bong, very clearly. This is a menorah bong created by somebody unfamiliar with the Jewish faith, who is trying to make it from memory. The lore is that somebody who's trapped in Castle Lefanu with nowhere to go, and everyone else that they ever knew had already been converted to a vampire and then corrupted mentally. They squirreled up in a hiding place, and they used the magic they knew to combine a bunch of different magic wands into one magic wand in order to save themselves. And spoiler alert, it didn't work, but we got to have their wand. This is it, the ending we were supposed to get. We didn't get it last time, and I didn't know why. It was because we killed Death and we didn't bring him back yet. Please don't let this be the rhythm game ending. I don't want to do that. Oh, it's the fucking video from The Ring. 7 days. It's Winamp Visualizer. Cool. So that's the truth of the universe. So I made it out into the real world, the overworld, but there's a catch. Because I didn't wake up the fish, I carried some kind of evil with me. You made it to another realm, one full of life and joy. But slowly you realize you can't move, you can't do anything other than observe. Along with you came a plague, an unnatural demon relishing in its newfound territory, housed in delight. You've doomed an entire new world to terror and cruelty. Why? Because I opened a door. The gates of Tartarus were open and people can go after me. Is that why? What happened? Believe it or not, that's not even the worst ending. I'm not going to show you the other endings because they suck even worse. I showed you on video last time. There's one ending where you do like a rhythm mini game, deflecting projectiles from the. You go to the moon. You go to the moon and fight the dreamfish, and you do it for like 30 minutes, like real time. Honest to God, 30 minutes. Just grinding away its health bar in a rhythm game, and then your reward after you do all that and you kill the fish is you get sent to a limbo realm. You get to just an endless barren wasteland populated by really weak monsters with no exit, and then that's the ending as you wander for eternity. I warned you. I told you it would suck incredibly badly. Which is why we're not bothering with that, and I'm just calling it good. I'm saying, you know what, Lunacid, we had a good run together. I saw all 3 of the endings I wanted to. Let's just leave it there. Let's let a good thing be over and not have to see every little thing. We never got the cursed key. We never got the videotapes, and I don't give it a rip. Honestly, I don't. I could care less, but I don't. Let's play cute fox game. There's a lot of shit like that. I complained about this to my buddy earlier. Lunacid is an Akuma Kiri game. And he's a great developer. I loved Lost in Vivo. It's, I think, my all-time favorite horror game. But he loves to do this thing where to see all the stuff the game has to offer, you have to know impossible things. Like, you have to know stuff the game does not tell you. And, like, the default ending is a bad ending, so if you have to know secrets in order to get any kind of good ending you can imagine. This is a much more open level. There's no music. I don't like that. It's become Sonic now. No. Why did you have to become Sonic? Nobody asked for this. I mean, I guess probably someone did. Yeah, what's going on with that? Are they in danger of using nukes? I certainly hope not. They better not. But I have less confidence that they will restrain themselves in that respect than I would almost any other countries. This is kind of a nightmare scenario. I really hope we have diplomats on the ground over there talking them down. Because really, similarity breeds contempt. And I saw a meme where they're fighting, and one of them's like, "You bloody fucker!" And the other one's like, "Fuck you, bloody!" And if that ends with the nuclear annihilation of the world, it's going to be the dumbest way for us to go out. Oh, shit. Shit's getting real. I missed that. Fuck you, bloody fucker. Fuck you, mother. Fuck you, father. I have no idea what's happening or why. There's the music. Oh, respawns enemies, of course. These are the most lazy enemy designs I've ever seen. I'm gonna go try to get that orb again. They're really focused on like family sex in their insults. You've no, not. They don't know what they redeem. Wouldn't that be the dumbest, shittiest way to die? To see a nuclear fireball outside your window because of India and Pakistan beefing. I guess it's not beefing if they're Hindus. Well, I guess half of them aren't. Never mind. It's halal beefing. Sick. I thought so. This went from Crash Bandicoot to Sonic Adventure really quickly. Yeah, apparently like 4 or 5 brothers will live together in the same household, and when one of them gets married, there's a lot of sexual tension, so a lot of the porn centers around like brothers sleeping with, like taking turns sleeping with the one wife of the one brother who's married. Based on what little I've seen of Indian. Remember the 4chan comic that ding dong ding what a hot bahabidi. That's based on real. It's only somewhat in jest. The original comic it's based on is real. That's a whole genre that I feel like you could probably get a minor in as a sociologist, is Indian hentai. No! There's gotta be some better way to penalize the player. There's probably no more dangerous place to be a woman than to be a newlywed, living in the same house as your husband's brothers and father. You're like the fucking new PS5, and everyone's like, "It's my turn with the PS5 now." And you're like, "I'm a human being. Nobody gets turns with me." And they're like, "Milk truck just arrived. Never again to depart." That's not comforting at all. Why would you tell me that? I feel worse, not better. Is that the milk truck that just arrived? Ah! Nuke truck just arrived. That's a new meme. Maybe the last meme ever. Bum, 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 bum. I'm just trying to entertain myself with nonsense before we all die. This should not be how it ends. Little cat. I feel like a lot of politicians would be less likely to launch nukes if they thought about the fact that cats would die. Maybe that's all we gotta do is remind India cows will die in a nuclear attack. Although that would probably smell amazing. Isn't Pakistan mostly Muslim? What a combo. Indians converted to Islam. That's something nobody asked for. That's like a nightmare country. That's like such a comically bad combo. I wouldn't believe it was real if it wasn't something I could Google. That's like a country full of Somalian Scientologists. Look at me. I am all the thing your Thetans now. I'll tell you what. This is fun when it works. Keyword when it works. But then I paid a paltry sum for the honor of playing this game, so I can't complain too much when things don't function quickly. It might even still be in early access for all I know. That's at least somewhat less linear. I was getting tired of the linear levels. Worth it. I only missed the first one. How do you think this ends, realistically? Nobody seems to be shitting their pants in the U.S. intelligence community that I know of, that I've heard about. Is it not believed that they will... Like, what is this about? Is this as serious as... How serious is it, really? Well, what do they want to get out of it? Do they just want to... Is it a dick measuring contest? Do they each want to do some damage to the other and then go home to their guys and brag that they won? Can't quite get there. I have to go this way for now. Power pose. That's the vibe I get right now, is that they're gonna bomb some shit and then go home and have a parade. Well, that was the quickest death. This is what the price you pay for being autistic and making your game a Sonic-like. If you can move really quickly, then the level goes by quickly, and then you have to make either very large levels or a very short game. You never think about the consequences of your actions. What's that line that Sonic Fan 112 or whatever? You people never think about your insane fantasies. Hope so. Although, really, would it be such a great loss? That's a dark thought. I didn't say that. Never mind. Those are human beings with a valuable, vibrant culture that we would never be able to replace. I'm not trying not to let social media dehumanize me, but I'm not always successful. How does India exist from an evolutionary standpoint? Like, logically, if nobody wants to fuck them... See what I mean? Do their women find them attractive? Shit on the dick. Like, what bad luck do you have to have for evolution's like... The ideal form for you to take is a swarthy little goblin that's going to appeal to absolutely nobody, including other people from your own country. It's just like a prank. They obviously have a lot of potential because they have a lot of data centers and a lot of IT jobs, which you're not the best at, but they clearly have the makings of a superpower if shit was managed better. If they didn't have the case system, or maybe because they do. It's hard to say. This is not as sophisticated a game as I hoped it would be, but it's a little bit of pleasant nonsense. It's light, it's insubstantial and not filling, but it is pleasant. Hold on, I gotta show you something. It's not my penis, don't worry. That you know of.
Welcome back to Little Tokyo.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like getting Bateman, but you need Batman.
Stop.
So this is Super Magnetic Neo, which is extremely similar gameplay wise. Tell me you see it. It's a very short game. Notice they made Neo slower than a sun-ripened dog turd slowly rolling down a hill in July, because otherwise it would be an even shorter game, which the dev of Lunistice didn't learn. Same kind of thing, though. I think it's mostly notable artistically now for being the peak of Y2K design. I have no idea what motivates this creature. Do you think platforming protagonists are just psychopaths? Because when they live in a world that has some semblance of a society, like houses and villages and shit, they could just live their life. Like, no, I'm gonna run around and jump on shit. Wahoo, motherfucker! I'm gonna get those coins. I'm gonna smash the skull of this creature in by spitting my body. Night, Short Talk. Want to check for me if Ghoul Babe is up and I can raid her? Like, if this wasn't what the world was designed for, running around and jumping and smashing things, you would have to be a psychopath for that to be your first thought of what to do with your life. Because it's just basically acrobatic mass murder. Everyone talks about that with respect to Mario jumping on turtles, but Sonic is even more so, if anything, because there's all this shit for him in the environment designed around him. Like a pinball. You have to be deeply insane to jump into those things, just trusting. And for your body to be a spinning blade, basically. Aha. Gotcha, son of a bitch. We should be doing that more anyway. Building up more of a relationship with Rams Reef. He's a good follower. Anything behind me? I always check behind me in games like this. Like, imagine Pac-Man being Pac-Man in Pac-Man's world. You discover, to your horror, ghosts are real. Death is not the end, and your first thought is, I'm gonna fucking eat him! Ugh! I'm gonna eat these drugs, and then I'm gonna cannibalize ghosts. Presumably dooming their eternal spirit to some kind of purgatory inside my digestive system. It seems so natural in the context of video games. But like deeply, deeply troubling. In realistic games, it's not so bad because it's not that far abstracted from our world. Like, if you were the Dark Souls guy, the logical thing to do would be to fight monsters. Because they infest your world, and you're just trying to make the world a better place, right? But the more abstract it gets, the more insane you have to be to go along with it. I think the best animation that captures that is Platform Hero, where it explores the logistics of life and death in a 2D platformer world. Like where if you fall down a pit, there's a recycling machine that recycles your body. I'm losing my voice again. What I love is if I could just be healthy. I need to do yet more cleaning, it would seem. I clean and one layer of symptoms disappears, but another one appears to take its place. I have a replacement filter for my AC unit coming in the mail soon, which is good because it's getting hot. Bitch titties. You fucking shitter. You fucking shitter, god damn it. I won't give up. So what did we think of Lunacid? It helped me understand what people like about Kingsfield type games. Also why I don't like them though. Yeah, baby. Bitch titties. What's good, Zulu? You missed Lunacid. It turns out, good news, I guess, for me, but not for people who were tired of it. I did not, in fact, doom my save file. I thought I corrupted my save and would have to start a new one. As part of the game, it turns out, if you killed the Grim Reaper, you fuck up the natural order of things, and the world gets overrun by angry ghosts until you power up the scythe enough to resurrect the Grim Reaper and restore death to the world, which it turns out is a important, indispensable component of reality, which brings all your buddies back to Wing's Rest and it fixes everything back the way that it was. Fuckaroo. And removes a unholy seal in Forlorn Arena, enabling you to get 2 of the endings that were blocked off so long as death was not around. It was scary. I thought I had ruined the game. But it's just an Akuma Kira game where he doesn't tell you important stuff about alternate endings that you just have to figure out on your own somehow. Bitch titties. Just like Lost in Vivo. You're just supposed to know it somehow. You fuckaroo. How's work going, Zulu? You stacking up them Benjamins? Hope you're not smoking the Benjamin. That was just spiteful. It was not necessary for me to kill that fella. Sick, don't blow it all. Invest some of your money. These days there are banks and credit unions that will give you a better return on investment for having a special kind of savings account than you'll get from 401k or even Social Security. I'm basically counting on being a successful author, otherwise I'm going to be homeless in my old age, or a parasite on friends, which I don't consider to be meaningfully better. But if you got income, then now's the time to start stocking it away. The credit union I belong to has a super saver, some corny crap like that, savings account where you get a better percentage of return on it than I would from having a 401k or Roth IRA or whichever one the fucking thing is. So that it actually benefits me more having it in there. Which seems alarming, but the math works out. My other retirement plan is nuclear war. Which I think works out best for a lot of people. Oh, I see. Supposed to get up there. No fucking way! Come on, guys, what the fuck? We're all vibing. We're all still recovering from COVID spiritually. You really are going to start a nuclear war, for God's sake. Whatever gods you got. I guess smoke them if you got them. You think that won't affect us? You think the radiation cloud won't come over here? You think we won't get involved? You think China won't get involved in a nuclear war between India and Pakistan? And if China gets involved, you think we won't get involved? God damn it. Please, no. Please, no. Do not want. Do not want. The only people who are excited by this are, like, edgy teenagers who don't understand the consequences of geopolitics. How are you going to take irradiated territory? Hey, what? Asshole. The moon? The moon. Makes sense. All right. No, you know, it's fine. Hey, different enemies. Never mind, it's the same enemy with a different skin. It's just the same enemy. It's called the road. It's called the Rainbow Road. That's where you go when you die. Rainbow Road is where we're all gonna go if Pakistan gets nuked. It's called the road. It's called the Rainbow Road. We're all about to go there. Because of Pakistan and India. Butt fuckers. How can I fall in space? Beautiful music. One thing I can't follow about this game is the music. Shit fucker. You know how in shonen anime, the protagonist shouts out the name of his attack? Like Flaming Dragon Punch! Fist of the Immortal! I feel like India would, upon launching nukes, would be like, fucker your mother! You father fucker! No, it's not. Mario 64 has open worlds with multiple objectives that are different from each other. This is furry Sonic the Hedgehog plus Crash Bandicoot, which were already both furry games. What song does this sound like? See Sonic Adventure. Specifically 2. Shed on a brick. Are these aliens? Am I fighting aliens? Are they eldritch? What's the plot of this game? There's like the hints of a plot early on. And then never again. Fuckaroo. I don't want to be drafted in World War III. What's happening with Ukraine? It seems like with Trump in office, we're basically going to throw them under the bus. Which is a real shame. They did a lot of very valiant and effective fighting. The tail wagged the dog in a manner unprecedented in human history, I think. They really punched above their weight for a while there with our help. I did not. What could he possibly have to say to Zelensky other than I'm about to fuck you. I'm about to throw you under the bus. Let's try to make this as comfortable for you as possible. And as expedient for me. Really? I was not expecting that. I really thought Trump was completely in Russia's pocket. Why would he do that? There's something going on that I don't understand. I don't have a complete picture, it would seem. No, you're not. There's no guardrails. Na 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 na. That's what that sounds like. Whatever song that is. Butt fuckers. I don't know how instructive that is. I don't believe he wrote Art of the Deal. I think that was ghostwritten. Butt fuckers again. I almost had it. I think we're just recapitulating the solar system here. This is Jupiter. This is a really anemic game. It's skimpy. Like, these are the same mechanics we played in other levels, but retextured, you know what I mean? And the big gameplay development for the last level is just to force you to triple jump, which you could do for the rest of the game anyway. There's Earth. Let that be the end. No! No! N-O. There's Earth. And we don't stop at Earth? There's like a space station? I got none of the extra cartridges. Hey, what? Pays for horses. I don't think we get the good ending without the keys. Is there a boss? No way. Bitch fucker. This is the last level. There's not a boss to speak of. It's like a challenge course, like Cavern of Infinity. Fucker. Thank you, Zulu. I appreciate you. I see you and what you do for me. This is really tough, actually. Oh, I need more speed. Bitch titties. Not the good kind. Nope. Why can't I just live here? Oh, these platforms are based on the stages I've been through, aren't they? Oh, it's everything from the rest of the game. Bitch titties. I don't want your dancing candy. What? I make beg your fucking pardon? Your flavor blasted, oven roasted pardon? No, it was all a simulation. And now I don't get the real ending. Because I didn't collect all the thingamajigs. Did I break the moon? I've gone and done it now. Slip, perchance to Drem. I can do other characters? I don't understand the lore. Pardon me. I'm not well. I'm missing one of the two thingamajigs. How do I choose a different character? That's distracting. I don't see how you're supposed to change. How do I change the character? Here we go. I can be Tori! Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this made by the same developer? It wouldn't surprise me in the least. I gotta check that now. Jeremy Fox, publisher. Apparently not. Much to my surprise. I would have thought for sure. Oh wait, no. If I play as Tori, then I have to start all over. It's Cyactro I was thinking of. Get up here. BRB. Time to take a shit. Don't nobody nuke nobody while I'm gone. I'm back, baby. From shitting. Real shitters know that the power combo is the seafood burrito and coffee. If that's not what you're maining, are you really taking your shitting game to the next level? I don't think so. This has got to be it. No? There's nothing down there? That can't be. I don't believe it. Habibit! Twinkie House! Sorry. Brain rot. That's boomer brain rot. That's some premium ancient brain rot from the before times. I'll be 90 years old and some Zoomer, some fucking Zoomer giving me a sponge bath will be like, itty bitty baby, itty bitty boat. I'll be like, I don't believe it! It's one of my favorite memes. Is there really nothing down here? There's nothing down here. I'd killed myself. Because I live down here now. I think what makes it timeless is it doesn't reference anything. It's just an enthusiastic, nonsensical nothing. Carnival. There's nothing in here though. The bounding box doesn't let me get inside either. Whatever I'm supposed to do, it's not in there. Already got that one. This also reminds me of a great early Android game called Cordy. Which was amazing to me at the time. It was one of the first 3D accelerated mobile games I ever played. Where that was when the idea of a 3D accelerated mobile game was like, wow, wow, wee, wow, future technology. That got me nowhere. So in the story, when they're fighting the Wire Mother basically hooked itself up to a nuclear reactor that's on the tail end of its fuel. And as a consequence, when, spoiler alert, one of the important main characters got pulled down into the pool and drowned, the other guy jumps in after him to rescue him, and does not succeed, but does succeed in radiation poisoning himself and giving himself a brain tumor, which is going to slowly kill him and make him go blind over the course of several more months. Unless they can go to Crater Town, which is one of the last bastions of high technology in the world at this point. Only they have the medicine to cure him. What's good, Jet Set? We're just playing a happy, simple, nonsense game. I managed to salvage my save in Lunacid. What's the word I want? I was way too pessimistic in Lunacid. I assumed that I had cursed the timeline and could not repair the damage I did. Basically, I killed the Grim Reaper and nothing could permanently die. And the world became overrun by these really annoying, aggressive phantoms that were no longer being taken to hell by the Grim Reaper. And it was my fault, and all of my friends disappeared from Wing's Rest, and I was really depressed, thinking I would have to play the whole game over again. I couldn't even get any fucking endings, because having killed the Grim Reaper, an unholy red seal appeared, blocking my path into the Forlorn Arena. The final area, which I need to get 2 of the endings that I had not gotten yet. But it turns out that if you just use the Grim Reaper's scythe enough to power it back up, it's like a Horcrux. And from the scythe, I resurrected the Grim Reaper, restoring the natural balance of the world by putting death back into it. Which removed the red seal, and in doing so, enabled me to, where the fuck is it? There it is. Enabled me to get to the ending area where I needed to be. You motherfucker, come on, what am I doing wrong? Bitch titties. So just like in a Kumakira game, yeah, my voice is all hoarse from coughing. A Kumakira game, to get the good ending, you need to know all these secrets that the game doesn't tell you. I got tired of living like an animal some time ago, and after eating a bunch of mushrooms, it gave me a break from depression fog, brain fog. And I said, this is not normal or healthy how I live. So I examined my vacuum cleaner, discovered it never cleaned anything because it had been clogged all this time. And depression brain had made me not think to check that. So I unclogged my vacuum, I vacuumed everything. And then that filled the capsule once, and then I vacuumed again, that filled the capsule twice. There were just multiple decades worth of dust that was not getting cleaned because I never bothered to make sure that I was actually vacuuming anything. With the vacuum fixed, and also I realized I should probably unclog the carpet washer because I had been washing a dirty carpet with multiple decades of dust baked in. Or caked in, I guess. Yeah, it does nothing if you don't unclog it. And neither does the washer, which just is clogged with dust. Wet, congealed dust. So basically I fixed that. Cleaned everything until I kept vacuuming and emptying the canister over and over until it wouldn't pick up anything anymore. And then I washed the carpet for the first time properly. And that made all my symptoms go away for a while. Another thing I did was to buy new filters for all my air purifiers and also duct tape a electrostatic filter to a box fan to make a mega filter to take everything, remove all crap from the air. And that made all my symptoms go away for a while. My body was like, holy shit, I can breathe. But then they started to come back more in a more mild form, as if it was like, all right, well, it's better now, but it's not where it needs to be. I'm not really sure what else to clean though. I've cleaned everything that can be cleaned. I washed everything twice. I have a filter for the AC unit coming in the mail tomorrow. I don't know how I let it get that bad. For 3 years I had COPD symptoms. And I attributed that to burning natural gas indoors for heating, which probably didn't help. And for 3 years after that I was retching at mucus like a fucking monster. And I just didn't believe I deserved any better. Until finally it got so bad, I was like, I'm gonna die. I'm letting myself die. I'm becoming like Asmongold. I need to un-Asmongold my life. So I got up, I ate some mushrooms so I wouldn't be depressed and brain and motivation. I pounded an energy drink, which is a great combo, by the way. I just cleaned and cleaned and cleaned and cleaned and cleaned. I fixed everything. I cleaned everything in the 3-hour window when my brain worked properly, and it completely alleviated my symptoms for a while. Now they're much milder. They're milder, but also at the tail end of it, I got sick with what I think was a cold or flu or something, which is why my voice is hoarse now. So I'm still recovering from that. So I'm gonna keep doing it. Mushrooms and psychedelics in general are like a nagging mother. The voice that comes from that molecule always tells you good stuff that you already knew you needed to do anyway. Like it makes you want to eat like a hippie. It makes you want to eat only healthy foods, eat smaller portions. It pushes you to exercise. Psychedelics are actually why I started going to the gym years ago. I just became desperately unfit, and during a trip one time, a dryad tree lady made out of like a gender swap Jolly Green Giant, but made out of hallucinatory tree overhead canopy, was like, hey, you're disgusting. You feel bad and lethargic because you don't use your body and exercise. You should exercise. And so I got up and I started running, and then I realized I'm not gonna solve years of no exercise in one day. I just wanted to do something right then. But I was like, I need to make lasting change in my life, and men are notorious for not being able to make changes. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but you can with certain molecules that are just magical. The only real magic in the world besides love, and it also helped me realize that's one of the best reasons to go on living. It's just great stuff overall. I can't recommend it enough. And if you look in the market, nobody pays me to show for them, but the brand I found that really works well and is potent is Shroom Fused. SHRUMFUZED. You can buy it right off Amazon. I have no idea how. It's legal. I think it's exploiting the loophole in the Federal Analog Act, which, if they fucking sell it right on Amazon, it's going to get the loophole closed. This is why we can't have nice things for very long. But anyway, it set me on a quest of fixing my life by fixing my health first and foremost. And also working on my novel, which I've been working on for a little over a year at this point. It's my longest novel ever. It's at 160 pages now. That's A4 pages too. That's going to be almost twice as much in e-reader format. It's a good one too. It's uplifting. I challenged myself to write something that was constructive instead of horror. Just always dreary, dreary horror with me. I wanted to make a change and do something that was positive for the world. I wrote a novel in which electrical engineering is sorcery, circuit diagrams and sigils, so it passively educates the reader on how to make a functioning circuit while they're learning the magic system. It also has an ultimately positive message. It also Steelman's religious faith, which I never thought I would do. But I also got tired of just, that's what I'm saying. I have a pocket laser. I have a pocket, plasma torch. How are those not magic wands? I can charge them from my solar hat. How is that not wizard magic? You gonna sit here and try to tell me that's not magic? That's bullshit. But I also wrote a bunch of stories that kind of poke fun at religious belief, and I wanted to come at it from the other direction and write something about how it can be useful to people for motivation and comfort. Where the main character never stops believing in John Henry. Their anti-AI religion. Even though many things in his life challenge his beliefs, like having to make use of technology to fight demons. The demons being basically Terminators. Where he has to compromise his beliefs more and more. But in doing so, he arrives at a more nuanced, moderate point of view. Instead of just smashing every robot the microsecond he sees it. It's a really fun novel. It takes place entirely in the state of Oregon, which was inspired by my realization that Oregon is basically an RPG world map that doesn't seem like it should be real, because it has like every biome in one state, and it's also it's like the One Piece world map. It doesn't seem like a real place. It's divided vertically by a mountain range into lush, temperate forest and grassland on one side and desert on the other. It has swamplands, it has lakes, it has volcanoes, it has a coast, it has rivers, it has estuaries. That seems like something where if they let you have the crate, when they're done with it, you could cut holes in it and make it into like a Halloween costume. Like a budget Gundam. So anyways, they start out at the base of Mount Hood in a agrarian medieval village. And the main character has some questions about his religion that he's raised in. So he breaks into the church at night. And in the basement of the church, he discovers the dormant remains of a Terminator, basically. Although the Terminators are insectoid in this universe. They're big robot bugs. And not believing that it's real, believing that it's like a statue made to reinforce faith, he takes a microchip which had been separated from the robot at the loss of many lives and places it back into the robot, reactivating it, whereupon it proceeds to kill everybody he ever knew and destroy his village with a laser weapon. On a rampage, and everything's on fire, and there's screaming and corpses. And then he and the only survivors, Declan, Anna, and a baby they call Louis. Then proceed to live in a tire in a junkyard, which is the only remaining shelter. A big excavator tire. And they build their villages by junkyards so they don't have to mine. Or they used to, the people that did. Because they can just use metals that are already mined. So they're in this junkyard, and they're just moping and feeling sorry for themselves. But they think the danger's left. The danger's not gone. Turns out the robot that he reactivated had a 3D printer in its belly. A machine womb. By which it began to reproduce, but imperfectly. Because the machine womb was very ancient and damaged, most of the reproduction robots were stillbirths, which provides them a way to harvest machine components later on in the story. It's plausible. But anyway, some of them were not stillbirths, but they were various degrees of degenerated and malfunctioning. This furnishes a rationale for how children with swords are able to beat Terminators, basically. Is that the robots are mostly incomplete. And malfunctioning. So one of these incomplete malfunctioning robots, where its only functioning weapon is to spin a very fine, sharp wire like a spider, lays a wire trap that basically beheads the baby. Louis just wanders around until his head comes off. And they don't understand what happened, and little Anna loses her finger too, probing for what the trap was. Eventually they figure it out and nobody gets anything else chopped off. But they scream and they cry, they vomit, they mourn. Because they just saw a baby get beheaded. And they can't stay in the tire anymore because, number one, it has too many memories. It's like Louis' tomb, basically. And because now they know the danger is not going away by itself. Aha, here we go. And besides which, they're now motivated to go on a quest of revenge, the best motivator of all. To avenge Louis. And also, Terran feels like... Nobody else knows that Terran is the one who caused it all. He keeps that under his hat. But at the same time, he feels tremendous guilt and responsibility to hunt down that specific machine. So now they're demon hunters in the parlance of their world. And they're on a quest to find the the specific robot. But every time they find a new robot, it's less fucked up than the last one. Because the one that keeps 3D printing them, it keeps also repairing itself. This enables the threat to grow along with them. For example, they quickly discover that metal swords don't do much, but that many of the robots have carbon fiber blades for arms. And the carbon fiber does, in fact, cut very tough armor. So they start harvesting body parts from the robots. And making better and better swords out of better and better materials. Damn it. Because of the rationale that most of the reproduced robots are stillbirths, it gives them a place to harvest components from to build stuff. As they discover a exiled former priest, exiled for dabbling in sorcery, which is just engineering. How do I get over that? They find he's been using the components to make stuff like Faraday armor to get past a lightning barrier. And also goggles that can see the electromagnetic radiation from the demons. Which is also critical for seeing wire traps. Which I need to have them use. They don't really use it much. I didn't see any of the fucking... I didn't see any of the other cartridges. Bitch fucker. To this end, they make railguns, not railguns, coil guns at one point. One of the main enemies in the world, which are brainwashed Wolven, which are humans with hypertrichosis. All the fantasy races are basically birth defects, which is going to be hard to smooth over with the publisher. They use compressed air rifles because nobody remembers how to make gunpowder. But all their technology is compressed air based. Because that's what they use for appliances anyway in Crane City. They use tidal pumps to compress air and then compressed air as a medium of energy exchange to power things around the city. That includes their weapons. So the main characters add copper coils to the air guns, because the air guns are actually pretty weak at range. They're only really dangerous at close up. But if you electromagnetically accelerate the iron slug, it becomes quite a lot more dangerous, which gives them better guns than the enemy. How can you hate a fantasy setting with compressed air coil guns? You can't. I dare you. Motherfucker! And also the stillbirth demons explains where they keep getting batteries from. Because they need batteries to power the goggles and the glow guns. So I've thought everything pretty far through. It's just kind of Terminator with swords and horses. It's also, I realized recently, to my shame, it's like 3 animes in particular just mashed together. Plus Battlefield Earth. Yes, that Battlefield Earth. If you take Battlefield Earth plus Terminator plus Fist of the North Star, Gargantua the Virtuous Planet, and I forget the other one. Tengen Toppager and Lagan. You basically have my novel. It's good to be conscious of your influences, though. Better than not being conscious of them. It's a lot like Battlefield Earth, in that you have primitive humans surviving on a planet that was conquered long ago by a much more advanced race, but in my case, it's robots. The trick was just figuring out how to give a bunch of teenagers the edge they needed to fight killer robots without stretching belief too much. Most of that was just having the robots be fucked up and malformed, but also having the main characters salvage materials from the robot corpses to make better weapons with. Come on, you motherfucker. Why not? Why doesn't it work? It just doesn't, you stupid bastard, but why not? Motherfucker! Good, me too. If you're gonna borrow, do it from good sources. The Gargantua element is the settlements. Crane City is a flooded former metropolis where people still live in the buildings and use the tides for compressed air power, but the buildings are connected by walkways high above the water level. And there's another there's another settlement later on in the novel called Bridgeburg, which is topsoil layered onto the deck of a former container ship so they can farm crops without being exposed to raiders on land. And it's beached in shallow water partway underneath a bridge, where the bridge also has topsoil layered on it so they can also grow crops on the bridge. Because they used to have farms on land, but Gradolf, the big bastard of the story, sent men to basically torch their, there we go, their regular shore-based farms, and so they had to move farming shipside. And they used the containers from the container ship suspended from the underside of the bridge as by changes as housing, because they needed to put housing where they couldn't put crops. Kind of like the bridge settlement in Johnny Mnemonic, but not cyberpunk. They do have compressed air jet skis, though. There's a lot of fun world building moments. Nope, not that way. So, it's a settlement made of infrastructure from the past. There's also a lot of fun moments where they discover abandoned buildings from our time, and they have to figure out what it was used for, which is inspired by a viral post about post-apocalyptic archaeologists trying to understand what McDonald's was. They conclude McDonald's was a sandwich temple to the regional god Ronald McDonald, and they behead his statue out front, and they cut the M to form a J for John, to reconsecrate that temple in John's name. Bitch fucker. They also find a shopping mall, which they initially could take for a castle. Because it kind of has parapets. No, that's not. That's a different thing. Whatever those little wall defenses are that you shoot arrows between. And they believe Sears and J.C. Penney are the names of noble houses that lived in that keep. Precisely. Not everything is assumed to be religious, though. Like I said, the mall is taken for a castle, in which there dwells a race of little humans that all have primordial dwarfism called Menlings, which perhaps insensitively have a religion centered around an animatronic mall Santa, having fashioned for themselves little green elf clothes. That might be a problem. Maybe I shouldn't spell out why they're like that. Maybe I should let that be a mystery. I wanted to do a story where the fantasy races were hominids on Pangea, but someone else did a great novel, very well reviewed novel, recently about the various pre-human hominids. Oh, it's a little robot cube. But you get the idea. It's a medieval recontextualization of modern infrastructure, which is a fun gimmick. There's a lot of fun gimmicks in the story that this by happy accident I came up with a plot that kind of ties them together organically. So besides the fast food restaurant and the shopping mall with the little elf people in it called Menlings, they also go on scavenging runs because the main characters slay a crippled demon in the shopping mall, which one of the main characters, Kyrie, quite purposefully left alive because it could 3D print her lenses, which she could sell in Crane City. Because nobody else remembers how to grind lenses anymore. So she would just let it churn out stillbirths and then harvest the lenses from them, which fetched a high price. But now they owe her money. She's like kind of like Misty from Pokemon. In that, remember how Misty wouldn't shut up about her bike, and was kept on hounding Ash to pay her back for her bicycle? Kyrie never lets up about how they owe her for lost income, because they slayed the demon that she was harvesting lenses from. The reason it makes lenses is because it reproduces mech spiders, which are like robot face huggers with virtual reality headsets built in, that latch onto your face and show you visions of the pre-storm world. in order to entice you into not attacking the machines. It's an attempt to communicate with us. But because of that, they have VR headsets built in. They are a source of lenses, a renewable source. She had basically done like a Misery to it. You know Stephen King's Misery, where she hobbled it on purpose and was keeping it prisoner in the shopping mall and just feeding it car parts from metal, so it would churn out stuff she could sell because she needs money. Because Gradolf keeps raising taxes, and every winter her mother gets sick for lack of heating. So Kyrie's not fucking around. She's not evil. She's not really as mercantile as she seems. But she's very materially motivated. And also she has no idea what the fuck John Henry is. So they just seem to be like space aliens to her. It's kind of a fish out of water story. Well, or I guess a culture shock. As she gets to know their religion and argues with the main character Taryn about it. There we go. That was kind of set up in a fucked up way. There we go. The Blob is fucked up for kids. I thought the Blobs were going to be a much bigger danger in my adult life than they turned out to be. So now they've got Kyrie on their team, and Kyrie is... She has her own story arc. She has her own goals, which is to make money for her mother, and also she keeps trying to build windmills to provide a decentralized power source for people dependent upon Gradolf's tidal pumps. But he keeps sending thugs to tear them down. So that gets us to the Crane City arc. She takes them there on her school bus further beyond. But she has... There's no gasoline anymore. All the easily accessible fuels have been depleted long ago, except for whale oil. And I guess wood. So her bus has a sail, like a sailboat. And when the wind is not blowing, it uses the momentum from the sail pushing it to compress air into a bank of storage tanks in the back, which it then switches over to and runs its engine on compressed air. Also, it does the same thing when going downhill, like regen braking. To explain how it manages to go useful distances despite air having the lowest energy density of almost any energy storage medium. So that's their vehicle. They use it throughout the rest of the story. Until they find the Goodyear blimp, but that's way later. So they go to Crane City. They find out about Gradolf Harpagon. Just a real dickhead. who strolled into town after making a deal with the Wolven to supply them scrap metal for the Wire Mother in exchange for them reinforcing his authority. And selling also the surplus scrap metal to the Avaricians who mine silver, which is why they have blue skin. You know, there are real blue skin people who have silver poisoning. That plus sexual selection for a genetic condition that makes the skin even bluer created a new race called the Avaricians, named for avarice or greed. By which he has amassed silver for his crown and his throne and his fortune. So the situation kind of works out for everybody except for regular humans, who are the lowest level of the social totem pole. They work as mirror divers, which use mirror shields harvested from a telescope observatory to confuse sharks while they dive into the portion of the city below the waterline to salvage anything made out of metal. And there's a whole platform. It's called Crane City because the city itself is a crane. You have a whole platform mounted on rails to the sides of buildings that lowers into the water. Then they use float bags to get cars, the rusted remains of cars and other objects onto the platform and raise them up out of the water for salvage. And of course they have the air for scuba divers because everything runs on compressed air. So that's not a technology which has been lost. I put a lot of thought into this setting. I spent most of the novel at Crane City and around Crane City. Keep in mind, at this point, they're the last of their religion, which is going to die out with them if nothing is done. I'm sorry, that's awful. I'm a bastard for laughing at that. It's just hard to... It's just imagining him blue while all that's happening. I'm sorry. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. It's like a sad clown. Somebody's suffering tremendously while having blue skin. It's just really amusing. But anyway, there's a whole race that has silver poisoning because they make their living mining and smelting silver, which is the basis of the currency for the rest of the civilization. Gradolf originally ingratiated himself to the Avaricians by supplying his tidal pump system in the form of a trompe as a means of supplying forced air furnaces for smelting. Everything's connected in this world. So Gradolf's system works for almost everybody. There are a great many people on the lower end of the economic ladder for whom it does not work at all. And there's much discontent, and where there are desperate people, there's also religion. And you see Declan being a steel driver, clergy in other words, realizes this is an opportunity to revitalize their almost dead religion of John Henryism, I guess. So he starts ministering to these poor, desperate people, promising them that a better life is possible if they believe him. And tying in the struggle of John Henry against the steam engine with their struggle against Gradolf. And he gets many takers, even Wolven and Avaricians, not all of whom are happy with the arrangement. This pisses off Gradolf in the worst way because he's never had to deal with this before. He's learning firsthand why most kings were very tight with the clergy in their communities, because the clergy had a spiritual power that was separate from and greater than the king's power. He's learning this ancient lesson about the importance of having control over the spiritual lives of the citizens, which he does not. So he sets off to just murder Declan. But they have to go into hiding. The only reason he doesn't kill Kyrie is because he's hot for her mother, who he used to be involved with. And still fantasizes that he will be involved with again one day. So he arrests her every time she puts up a windmill, but he lets her go. It's a game they play. The same is not true of her friends, though. He will kill her friends. They enjoy no such protection. So they stay in a safe house run by Menlings, which Menlings, in order to live amongst normal-sized people, have to wear armor all the time, so we don't accidentally crush them. There are also couriers who are like Menling taxis, who have special clothing with rungs sewn into their pant legs and sleeves, so Menlings can climb up their bodies to get on their back for travel purposes. Menlings also ride in little carriers, winched across gaps by a clothesline. It's cute. And Anna kind of confiscates one to use as a teddy bear because she was traumatized by Louis' death. And she never really gets over it. She's always looking for something to cuddle. Which includes Torbenwaft. Torbenwaft is introduced also in the Crane City arc, just being spit on and kicked to beat the shit out of. Because he rejected the Wire Mother. The Wire Mother is basically the machine god of his people, the Wolven. All Wolven are expected to receive a explosive control collar at a certain age, which Torben alone was refused. So they just beat the shit out of him every day in order to pressure him into accepting the collar. And he just keeps refusing. But he just hates his own people now. He's a self-hating Wolven. He's Wolvish, I guess, with the correct nomenclature. And he's not playing around. Like, they think maybe... It's like Steven Universe. They think, oh, we can heal his heart. No, they can't. He just wants to murder. He desperately wants to murder the entire time, and only Anna stops him. Because he develops a soft spot for Anna, who also cuddles him a lot, wanting to believe that he's a nicer Torbington Torbsquire than he really is. He becomes like her replacement Louis, that she cuddles like a stuffed animal, and makes up pet names for and sings songs about. Until he's like, hey, you gotta stop your kid sister from hanging on to me. I know I'm small, but I'm 36 years old. He's not only Wolven, he's also a midget. He's the runt of his litter. But he's not like them. He's not like an optimistic adventurer. He's basically a terrorist. He's a murderous terrorist who at several points tries to talk them into letting him kill Gradolf by sniper rifle. It's like, imagine the Goonies if Sloth was a rapist. Like, he does not match their energy in the slightest bit. They're all about winning through the power of friendship, and he's like, no, just let me kill somebody. I think the only one who's realistic about the price of fighting what's basically the local government and what that's gonna take. He's much older than they think, and he's much more jaded and hateful. He turns out to be basically a good guy, though, eventually. And ultimately sacrifices himself to protect Anna, the only bright spot in his world. He got his wish in the end, though. His fondest dream was to unshackle his people, because they were a noble race of hunters before the Wire Mother. He just wanted them to go back to the way they were, and they do. He wasn't around to see it. He didn't live long enough. That can't be is that last one? That is the last one. That means that the real one was somewhere earlier. So constantly, when they're talking about Gradolf, Torben's just like, why don't we just shoot him? Like, well, if we kill him, we're as bad as he is. And he's like, no, that's stupid. That's the dumbest, gayest thing I ever heard in my life. We could just we could shoot him. He has to come outside sometime. He has a fragile human body. We have rifles now. Just let me shoot him. But Declan is persuaded of the symbolic importance of capturing Gradolf alive. Although ultimately he does just die in prison. It's also because of Torben's impulsive desire to murder that the final assault on the Wire Mother goes as badly as it does. Because they can't decide how to approach the Temple of the Hot Rock, which is what they call the nuclear reactor. And then Torben's eventually like, I'm fucking tired of this. I'm shooting somebody, and he does, and that alerts them to the presence of the small army Declan put together. And kind of fucks up the whole operation. And Declan eventually rebukes him. He's like, you have to obey the chain of command, buddy. This is a military now. And Torben's like, I didn't vote for you. I'm along for the ride. I'm here for Anna and to free my people, but I don't know who elected you. I don't believe in your religion. You're not my leader. I'm gonna kill who I want to. I've waited long enough. You made me wait long enough to shoot somebody. So he pulls a Leroy Jenkins, and everybody pays for it. Nobody more than him, however. As of course he dies to the red eye, which is what they call laser weapon of the Wire Mother. Where the fuck is the special path? There's supposed to be a special path. He's a fun character, and he gets his redemption in the end. And he also gets what he wanted, even if he doesn't live to see it. Neither does Declan, really. And Terran becomes a big mopey loser. Because he invested in... He never really believed in himself, he believed in Declan. Like Simone and Tengen Topper and Lagan after Kamina dies. Terran is kind of a huge loser throughout the narrative. Although he grows a lot. He doesn't start out a hero. He's never quite sure of anything. His strength comes from his faith. Bitch titty. There's a lot of back and forth between Terran and Kyrie about the value of belief. Where they each get some good words in. It was hard for me to write that. It's the kind of... Terran's the kind of character that 4chan would think was based. He's a good boy, he just wants to grill. He does grow in the nuance of his understanding. He doesn't really change that much in other ways. However, he's still very... He's going to be a frustratingly stubborn character who does the same things a lot. Makes the same mistakes over and over. Like, even as late as chapters 26 and 27, he's still... When he sees a robot, he just has to be held back, otherwise he smashes it. Even after... It's hypocritical, too, because by this point he's benefited greatly from electrical technologies. He's not a very reasonable lad. But he gives good reasons for it. That if he were to give up his faith, that there would be no meaning to anything he's done since the tire. That his life needs to be a story, so that there's closure at the end. And so everything that's happened, that he sacrificed, means something. Bitch titties. Don't drink caffeine, because you'll sleep in tomorrow and your head will hurt. I don't know why your body decides to attack itself if you sleep in. I don't know why I did that. No! My God! So Declan's death kind of traps Terran in arrested development. He never really learned to believe in himself. He only learned to believe in Declan. He kind of believes everything's hopeless afterwards. You're not supposed to do that. It's a fucking Kino last battle with the Wire Mother, though. They approach in phalanxes with mirror shields in multiple groups because Declan doesn't know yet if the mirror shields are going to work. He wants at least one group to make it to the nuclear reactor alive. It does work, kind of, but it doesn't survive under sustained fire. So a couple guys get lit on fire and melted. Attic attack. Why is this so hard? There we go. What they've worked out is that the mirror shields are not 100% reflective. They absorb some fraction of the heat from the lasers. So what they have to do is, as the shields heat up, they circulate those guys to the back of the group, and the guys with the shields, the virgin shields, move to the front. And in this way, most of them get to the reactor. Inside, the Wire Mother is mostly immobile. It's like that scene from Aliens with the Queen. She's suspended from the ceiling by power cables, keeping her alive. She was very damaged when they found her. And they've been repairing her ever since. And she is suspended before a pool, a nuclear fuel storage pool, which of course means that if you go much deeper than 6 feet, the radiation starts fucking you up. But this is where the Wire Mother has the Wolven birth their children in order to ensure that the mutation doesn't get selected out. Because if they don't do that, then every so often a Wolven child is born without fur. And she wants to keep them separate so she can pin them against the humans. So they do their midwifery water births in a nuclear reactor fuel storage pool, under the watchful gaze of the Wire Mother, who also has comatose thralls all around her, lying on the ground. Those VR face huggers on their face, hooked up to her. It's gnarly. It's gnarly, but they pretty quickly work out, hey, I can just reflect its laser back at it. It's weakened by this point. So they use the mirror shields to reflect the laser back at it and cut its power cables. And Declan's soldiers, which number only 24 by this time out of an initial 38 or so, because many did die on the approach. They just fucking light her up, and the bullets bounce off of her, but they do chew up the power cables. So she's running on battery power and is fatally wounded and stumbles into the reactor pool and sinks to the bottom. And Declan's like, "Now's the time for a speech. Everybody loves my speeches." It was not actually a good time for a speech because the Wire Mother was not fully dead. And its segmented tail, like a xenomorph tail kind of, erupts out of the pool, grabs Declan around the waist and pulls him underwater and drowns him. And even though Terran was already warned by Ramiel, the only one who understands radiation there, don't jump into the pool, it's radioactive. Terran doesn't listen, he jumps in anyway, trying to rescue Declan. and has to be dragged out by Kyrie. And of course, because part of how they defeated the Wire Mother was by Anna using her bow and arrow with the razor wire to short circuit the Wire Mother with a nearby rectifier. There's this wire trap that it dragged down into the water with it, which snags Terran's arm and cuts it off at the shoulder. So now he's got one arm, and they bandage him up as soon as they get him out of the water. And he's also losing his eyesight, and his organs are failing. And he's moping and saying, "Oh, woe is me. I'm useless. I'm garbage. I never had any power. It was all Declan." He recounts Declan in a mythologized way, to where Declan starts to take over the focus of the religion from John Henry. He goes from being a knight of John Henry to a prophet, and then to Declan Johnson, John's son. And everybody in Henry's Hammer cult takes the last name Johnson, kind of like how half the people in certain countries are named Muhammad. It greatly complicates delivering mail. Let's just say that. But they have their own offshoot of Henryism, which isn't quite right. It's called Henry's Hammer. And it formed because when Declan and Terran and the group were exiled to Bridgeburg after Gradolf raided their safe house, the other survivors of the safe house who didn't follow them to Bridgeburg sort of founded their own offshoot religion based on what they heard Declan say, but they didn't have access to the scriptures. So they got a lot of it wrong. They got the right idea. They're a bit more violent and political, though. It's kind of like a metaphor for Christianity splitting off from Judaism, and then Islam splitting off from Christianity. And Terran doesn't fight it. Terran encourages it because he's just lost his best friend and mentor. And he sees this as a way for Declan to be remembered in a larger-than-life type of way. Even though it's heretical for him to take over the focus from John. So it is that he embellishes many stories of Declan, kind of inventing miracles to bolster his claims. And basically just simps for dead Declan. And never fully recovers until Kyrie, the manic pixie Asian girl who has all the cool gadgets, I don't know how to say this, cuts him off a piece. Like, he liked her before, but he never talked to her, and he got cucked by Declan. Declan started fucking Kyrie when they were in Bridgeburg. And Terran was like, "Hey, I was gonna make a move on her." He's like, "When?" And they had a big fight over it. And Kyrie's like, "You never talked to me. You never knew me. I don't know how you thought that was gonna work." And he's mad about it for a while, but he forgives Declan. But then after Declan dies, Kyrie's like, I need you not to be like this. I need you not to be a loser. Because that other robot is still out there. So in order to get him to step up and man up and fill the shoes Declan left behind, she starts fucking him. to be like, hey, there's rewards for if you fucking cowboy up and stop feeling sorry for yourself. And he comes into his own. He does man up. He keeps just saying, I'm not him. I can never be him. She's like, yeah, but you can be you. You can't be Declan, but you can be Taryn. And those people need you to be you right now. So they can't get to Cratertown by the bus because it's across the mountains, and the bus won't make it across the mountains. And there's also a no man's land of still dangerous machines called the Plague Lands. So they need an aircraft. That's where Kyrie's old scavenging crew comes in. I'm thinking Albert, after Albert Bertha de Saint-Simon. He still runs a separate scavenging crew out of the Goodyear blimp. Like the Goodyear blimp, but heavily modified. I'm thinking to run on hot air or something. Because they wouldn't have access to helium and probably not hydrogen either. So now they have a blimp, kind of. They have the use of a blimp. And they enter the desert arc, which I have not written yet. Cratertown is rumored heavily to be a place with advanced pre-apocalyptic technology, but it's not what they thought it was. It's a settlement where they also reject technology, but have instead embraced bioengineered, like Cronenberg type stuff. So they have Terran still has one arm by this point, because although Kyrie built him a new compressed air powered mechanical arm, he refused, because that was the last straw. He refused to have a machine become part of his body. But in Cratertown, they offer him a biotech arm. He's like, hey, this is fine. This is living tissue. I got no problem with it, with that conceptually. So he gets a replacement arm. He discovers, in fact, the radiation poisoning was much worse than any of them knew. Like, nobody realized he was literally dying. He had a brain tumor, and he had damaged organ damage. So they replace everything, and he becomes more monster than man. It's like District 9, kind of, where he's got like the alien arm. But this gives him crucial abilities he's going to need later on in the fight. Because remember, the Wire Mother was not the same robot that he awoke in the church cellar. So his revenge is not complete yet. All he has left is trying to fulfill Declan's dying wishes, which was that he avenge his village. So this is where they enter the Ark. There's basically orcs. They're not orcs really, but they're like human birth defect orcs that have porphyria, which is the vampire disease, and albinism, and also one other disease, because they're basically early experiments of Crater Town. And they were cast out because they're fucked up mistakes. But they want back in because Crater Town has a heme generator, and they need heme to live. And without heme, they have to feed on human beings. Besides which, they're not really adapted to life in the desert. They live underground during the day, or inside of their refinery, home base, or inside of a giant bucket wheel excavator, which is the locus of their power. This leads to a fucking sick-ass wizard battle between the porphyrics. I'm not sure what to call them yet. They're basically like the pale guys from Mad Max, but also vampires, kind of. So they have their own wizard, but their magic is fire magic, because of course they extract petroleum products and understand how to make fuel, and they're the last ones who know how to do that. So their wizard has like a flamethrower staff, and he has a climactic battle with Ramiel, who has the electrical staff, atop the bucket wheel excavator as it's being piloted into the refinery. And it's discovered at some point that they make fuel by thermal depolymerization out of human bodies, and that's why all the towns they passed on the way there were empty. Bitch fucker. So there's a lot planned. It really feels like the end of the book already, and if I were writing it as a multiple book series, it would be. But there's more yet to come. There is a world after Declan, even though Terran can't see it. He has to become his own man. And doing so, he'll get the girl, and that'll build his confidence. And then he'll write his own legends. He won't just ride on Declan's coattails. No! The way I have it planned, I don't know how I'm going to get there yet, because, again, the desert arc has not been written as of this date. Somehow, I need to find out a way to have this be cool and epic. He does track down the original machine that killed everybody in his village. And it's trying to send a signal into space to the remainder of the original AI fleet that destroyed human civilization, to signal it to come back and finish the job. Fuck. And it's unclear whether he succeeded in stopping it in time or not until the end, where there's a scene of him as an old man with Kyrie by his side and their children. And he's got soldiers behind him training with the special electrical sword that he gets by the end of the story. Oh yeah, he gets a double-bladed sword, which I can't AI generate a picture of because nobody's ever thought of it before. It's like a Jacob's ladder. Like an electrical arc travels up between the blades. It's like it's a taser sword specifically designed to disable machines. And so he trains a military with coil guns and electrical swords to be ready for the machines when they come back, because he noticed that there's stars in the sky that appear to be closer and closer every night. It's more poetically delivered than that. There's a really tear-jerking speech he delivers as he's killing the robot. And then another really cool speech that he delivers to Kyrie, who asks what they're going to do if the machines come back. So there's a lot of keynote. It's a little corny. It's a little corny, but it's also really cool. There's keynote moments. Can't believe it did the first try. First try. You didn't see anything different. Ignore that. It's time to quit. It's 11. We almost have all the, whatever the fuck those MacGuffins are. And then we'll be able to see the real ending of the game. Or even unlock another stage. I'm not going to spoil it for myself like I did with Lunacid. And in fairness, in Lunacid, I thought I'd fucked up the save, and there was no way for me to see the ending. I wish I had persevered. I guess there's a lesson in that somewhere. That you shouldn't be so fatalistic to quit at the first sign of adversity. Always trust that there's a way forward. Anyway, that's all for this evening. Is it Friday already? It's Friday. Rebecca Black's Friday. Get at me again on Monday. Same ham time, same ham channel. It's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. And sometimes, lately, we really do go to 11. This is your friendly neighborhood handout signing out for returning you to your regularly scheduled raid. Stick around. We're going to be raiding Ram's Reef. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Raid, 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 raid. Go, 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 go. Let's fucking go.